call this meeting to order. Welcome to meeting number 137 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. As always, I do want to start by acknowledging that we are gathered on the ancestral and unceded territories of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. And to express gratitude, we're able to do the important work of this committee on lands that they've stewarded since time immemorial. Pursuant to Standing Order 1082 and the motion adopted by the committee on Tuesday, February 1st, 2022, and the order of reference of Tuesday, November 19th, 2024, the committee is resuming its study of the barriers to Indigenous economic development. I would like to welcome our witness here today. We have Chief Lance Haymond from the Kibawik First Nation. Thank you very much for attending this morning. So to start, we will give you, Chief, you will have 5 minutes for your opening statements, and then we'll proceed to questions from members of the committee. So with that, Chief Haymond, I'll turn the floor over to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning. First, I'd like to acknowledge that, getting an invitation on Friday and preparing and showing up on a Tuesday morning, it's a pretty tall task, but given the importance of this issue and how it directly implicates my community and nation, I could not miss an opportunity to speak to the issue. I know that many people are coming here and speaking about the impacts that pretend Indians have on securing contracts through procurement, but as a chief, I want to speak a little bit about the broader impacts of pretend Indians and what it does to communities and nations. So as mentioned, I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge that, we are on the traditional territory of my ancestors, and we're always happy, to be welcome everyone here to conduct their business given its importance. We are here to discuss an issue of profound importance: the impact of individuals who falsely claim Indigenous identity or pretend Indians on the inherent and treaty rights of First Nation peoples. The phenomenon is not a mere abstract concern, but has real, tangible consequences that undermine the rights and sovereignty of Indigenous communities across the country. I want to go further and say that a large part of the problem is federal policy is to blame for the upswing in fake Indian institutions like the Métis Nation of Ontario and the Algonquins of Ontario, thus allowing individuals tied to these corporations to pretend to be something they are not, and exercising Section 35 rights that they don't have, and of course extolling benefits that they are not entitled to. The federal government has created and funded pretend Indian organizations like the Algonquins of Ontario as they serve a useful purpose. They are used to manufacture consent when the real rights holders demand that the government honor its obligations under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, including free, prior, and informed consent. The issue of recognition and protection of inherent rights is, or should be, paramount to any Crown government regarding sovereign Indigenous peoples and the relationship between us. Unfortunately, we have to say that there are still many flaws in our relationship with the Crown, and continued colonial and unilateral policy that creates new Indians, like the Algonquins of Ontario, under different rules than those that we must follow. It's the lack of true recognition of our self-determination rights to decide for ourselves who are the Algonquin and Anishinaabe of our nation. The Federal Indian Act has caused confusion and has misinformed generations because the Indian Act has disconnected our people from their true Indigenous governments. The problem here has been the century and a half of Indian Act rules and ignoring Indigenous human rights to self-determination, or simply running roughshod over them when it was convenient. When individuals falsely claim to be Indigenous, they are just not engaging in cultural appropriation. They are exploiting these rights for personal, financial, or social gain. This has direct consequences on the lives of real Indigenous people. False claims can distort policy discussions, divert resources, and even undermine the legitimacy of the rights we are fighting to protect. Those who falsely identify as Indigenous can often gain access to funding, scholarships, employment, and other benefits that are rightly reserved for First Nations. The consequences of this harm are wide-reaching. False claims can undermine the work of Indigenous leaders like myself who are advocating for meaningful policy change, like those to improve housing outcomes, resource developments, or land protection, like the legal fight we have now ongoing against the Canadian government to stop a nuclear waste dump from being built beside the Ottawa River. These claims also create confusion and division within the broader Canadian society, hindering true reconciliation and the understanding of what it means to be Indigenous in this country. In addition, the rising trend of pretend Indians further complicates efforts to protect our rights in courts. When people falsely claim a connection to Indigenous identity, it erodes the credibility of legitimate claims and weakens the voice of people whose rights have been historically ignored, violated, and stripped away. It is therefore vital that we remain vigilant in defending the integrity of our cultures and histories, and that we call out false claims for what they are. This is not just about protecting the rights of individuals, it's about protecting the rights of our future and our nations. Miigwech, thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. And with that, we'll move into our first round of questions, the 6-minute round, starting with Mr. Schmiel.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Chief Havens. It's great to see you here at committee again. I know this is not your first time. This is an old hat for you here, appearing before committee. I guess the first question I'd like to build on is from your words that you had just given us. Given the fact that you know about what has happened with Randy Boissonneau, do you feel it's appropriate he remain in the Liberal caucus?
Well, I mean, that's a pretty interesting question. Again, I really don't delve into politics per se, but given the fact that somebody's misrepresented themselves, I think there definitely has to be consequences. What they should be are to be determined by others other than myself, but most certainly feel that there definitely needs to be consequences for people who misrepresent and abuse the fact that they are not Indigenous and reap benefits from that representation.
Yeah, so I think from your words you were pretty clear that harm was done in not only you and your nation, your people, but for Indigenous peoples in particular, by Randy Boissonneau owning a company that claimed Indigenous status, that claimed he had Indigenous status when in fact he did not. That does harm to reconciliation, does it not?
It does. It does. Again, it taints the image of individuals who are legitimately, working hard to advance, their entrepreneurship and the business opportunities that they've created. When people misuse and abuse, sometimes it reinforces some misconceptions that currently exist around First Nations. So, absolutely, I mean, being First Nations a tough job and a tough reality as it is, but when people misuse, benefits that are set aside for us, it gives the impression that, we all may be like that, and that's really, truly unfair because most entrepreneurs, Indigenous entrepreneurs I know, work really hard and struggle because we don't have access to the same tools and resources that non-Indigenous business do in a lot of cases. So, yeah, it's detrimental to our reputation for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure you're quite aware the government has set aside 5% of targets for government contracts to be awarded for Indigenous-owned businesses, and I have no doubt that you heard the news recently that 1,100 businesses were removed from that directory that were wrongly on that directory. That, I think, also speaks to the fact that this issue of falsely claiming Indigenous identity is a lot bigger than I think the average person understands.
Absolutely, and this committee's been focused, a lot on the issues of procurement and accessing contracts and benefits and other opportunities that they're not entitled to. But as I've indicated, that's the tip of the iceberg. The larger problem is we have institutions and corporate entities that are representing and pretending to be, Indigenous people and Indigenous nations like the Algonquins of Ontario. And they push legitimate First Nations and communities like mine, to the side because, suddenly they're at the forefront and they're being requested to participate in consultations, and their interests are very much different than real Algonquins when we want to primarily look at a particular project and understand the impacts, and protect the environment at all costs. Entities like the Algonquins of Ontario will give consent simply for a few contracts of, pre and post monitoring. And so it really is a much larger problem than this committee is looking at. And in fact, when government sanctions and creates these entities for the sole purpose of usurping our rights, then we definitely have a problem.
One of the questions we asked yesterday, and we didn't really get an answer, and it's been said a few times, is that when an Indigenous woman, Jody Wilson-Raybould, stood up to the Prime Minister and said no to corruption, she was removed from caucus. Now we have a non-Indigenous man, a white man, claiming to be Indigenous. It's come out that it was false that he did so for many years, and he still remains in caucus. Like it seems there's no punishment here for Liberals.
No, it seems to, or appears to be, that there's a double standard. In all cases, if that is the consequence for Madame Raybould, then the consequences should be the same across the board, and they should apply to Mr. Boissonneau as well.
So what can we do here as we look to go 5%, maybe more, who knows, for Indigenous-owned businesses? How do we ensure that the registry is true?
Well, I think, it's been said, and it'll by others before me, and I'm sure it'll be said by others after. And in my opening remarks, it's clear that at the end of the day, First Nations have to be in charge and determining, ourselves, who are these businesses and what are the criteria that they meet. I'm really a proponent of ensuring that benefits go to those that are rightly deserving. But at the same time, I don't want a process that's overbearing and cumbersome, to our Indigenous entrepreneurs, and ultimately at the end of the day, it does not detract or add additional costs to become a part of this organization that will be created. But at the end of the day, we need to have some type of registry system developed by, managed, and implemented by First Nations. And even, sitting here today, it's a tough conversation to be in when I'm talking about our citizenship and who has that right to determine. As I've indicated, it should be us, but here we are in front of a number of non-Indigenous parliamentarians, and we're talking about First Nation citizenship, which really should be our exclusive authority and debate.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much, Chanel. We're moving next to Ms. Atwin for 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, Chief, for being here. And I certainly know how busy you must be on a day-to-day basis, and respect so much that you've come to be with us today to speak about this important topic. And I just, I do lament that we're a bit of the inefficiencies in this study, as I'm going to Government Operations Committee, where we'll also be looking into this issue. However, I do think it's really important that we continue the discussion around economic development, and so I'm very much welcoming that return to the study. I was chair of the committee when we commissioned the original study, and we heard from many voices on these important issues. And I come to this place also as a former educator, and I remember working with my students specifically around career development and skill building, for example. And many times my students who are from communities were told not to put their home addresses on their resumes, for example, because it would indicate that they're from reserve, and they may not be hired based on that fact. And so really a barrier that we saw in a big way is racism in society in general when it comes to Indigenous peoples looking for work or even starting businesses or becoming entrepreneurs. And so I really think that part of this 5% procurement strategy is meant in a way to deal with some of these barriers that did exist or continue to exist, today in Canada, unfortunately. And so, we also see, though, that integrity has to be there because we want real Indigenous businesses and entrepreneurs to be the ones to benefit from these programs and these set-asides. And so that's very much so what we're discussing today. And so I'd really like to know, do you know of any companies in your area that are on the Indigenous Business Directory?
No.
Okay. Do you know of any shell companies, acting in bad faith or misrepresenting Indigenous identity in your area that may be on that Indigenous Business Directory?
Not off the top of my head. I know a number of legitimate businesses that currently benefit from opportunities that are from this 5% set aside, and legitimate Indigenous businesses who are securing contracts and creating, gainful employment for First Nation citizens and non-First Nation professionals as well.
Excellent. And that's what it's supposed to do, and so I'm happy to hear that for sure. So can you just maybe...
Again, the larger issue for us is pretend Indians who are taking, economic opportunities, but not in the same sense as you've described. As I mentioned earlier, we have a number of businesses, our community owns, but none of them require us to, look for contracts through the procurement process. But I know other companies that benefit greatly from the fact that set aside. In fact, my wife and my spouse works for an Indigenous company here in Ottawa that absolutely benefits from the procurement strategy that exists. The bigger challenge, I think, always is, again, ensuring the legitimacy of those companies who are able to register. I know of an example of where our tribal council, and you're probably aware, the Algonquin and Anishinaabe Tribal Council, registered to become a part of the procurement strategy. And, when it came time to produce proof, they simply had to upload a picture of, I believe it was a rabbit, and there's no verification. So I think the larger challenge is that, we got this system, but it's not monitored and there's nobody checking against on a regular basis to ensure that those companies that are registered are legitimate Indigenous companies for the purposes of benefiting from the procurement set aside.
Do you think that it represents a bit of a challenge, for example, with the Tribal Council specifically, that oftentimes when you're registering as an Indigenous business for the directory, you've got to provide an individual identification, for example, a status card or maybe a Métis Nation card as well? Do you think that could have been part of the issue there, that a Tribal Council represents a collective and so there wouldn't be one piece of identification that might represent that? Yeah,
that is exactly the point. The website and the registration is really geared towards recognizing individuals and not the collective entities like tribal councils that sometimes represent multiple First Nation communities like the Algonquin.
And I also like to highlight, one of our colleagues, Mr. Schmale, mentioned that 1,100 businesses had been removed from the directory. For me, that looks like there's checks and balances that are happening. We've also learned through witnesses, again here and also at the Government Operations Committee, that there's many reasons for that. It could be that the structure of a business has changed. It could be, we heard from one witness who is continuing to conduct business but not on the directory because his status card had expired at the time. So there are multiple reasons for why this might be happening. And so with my dying time here, I've got about 30 seconds, but we're really looking for some concrete recommendations, moving forward. And you've mentioned some specifically, I think with regards to the consultations around broader policy. I think that's really interesting and we need to look into that. But anything else for us today that we could strengthen the integrity of the system to maintain that 5% procurement strategy?
Well, again, I think it'll come back to ensuring that First Nations themselves are in charge of the system. When a system is designed and developed by government, for government purposes, sometimes down the road it needs to change. And in this case here, it's absolutely clear that, we need to have a system in place that allows us to recognize those legitimate Indigenous businesses and individuals so that they are not, put into a situation where they are competing against other businesses that, for all intents and purposes, are unfairly being there and having access to these opportunities. So any system going forward where we are in charge and in control and allows for legitimate businesses to register should eliminate, by and large, fraudulent businesses who are just there simply taking advantage of a situation like the 5% set aside.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Atwin. Prochainement, on va à Monsieur Lemire. Vous avez la parole pour 6 minutes.
Mr. Lemire, you have 6 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What we've heard today is exactly why I was hoping that we could support the Conservative motion and broaden this issue of pretend Indians. The community of Kibawek is not unique. I'd like to hear your views, Chief, about the issue of Chalk River that directly affects your ancestral lands. This is a legal battle that's been ongoing for about 10 years. Right now you're at the Supreme Court level because others have claimed to want to give this project social acceptability on behalf of Indigenous peoples. Can you tell us more about that?
Thank you for the question, and yes, I'd be very happy to tell you about how outside of economic development, our interests are continually being usurped by entities that are created by the federal government, and the Algonquins of Ontario is probably the most profound example of how non-Indigenous people have been empowered and given recognition that they don't deserve. The Algonquins of Ontario were created by the federal government solely for the purposes of negotiating and voting on a land claim, which, directly impacts, the Algonquin Nation. These 7,000 non-Indigenous individuals who simply have to tie themselves to a root ancestor from the 16 or 1700s to claim in being Indigenous are now, being used by government and agencies like CNL and the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission, to provide manufactured consent. When First Nations like mine and my communities like mine and the Algonquin Nation stand up and say no to destructive projects that are happening on the territory. So that we've vehemently opposed, the whole issue around the nuclear, an NSDF, a nuclear, for all intents and purposes, a nuclear waste dump being built on the side of the Ottawa River. And, we've challenged this government and the CNSC in terms of its implementation of UNDRIP. When we do this, the government, because they've created entities like the Algonquins of Ontario, approach the organization and say, Algonquins of Ontario, what's your opinion on this project? And by and large, they will support just about any project that the federal government asks them to do, on the basis that at the end of the day, they will secure economic benefits from that support through the issuing of contracts for a whole host of works on the site, pre and post monitoring. And we are continually finding ourselves in tough situations because these entities are being asked their opinion when they are creations of government and do not have the same standing as we do as First Nations citizens.
Merci. Quel est le...
Thank you. What's the legal status of the Algonquins of Ontario? Does Bill C-63, if adopted, we know that it came out of this committee with dissent. If it was adopted, what impact would that have on the legitimacy of the Algonquins of Ontario?
So there's a little bit of a difference between the Algonquins of Ontario because they were created by The federal government, as I said, for the simple purposes, negotiating a land claim. The Métis Nation of Ontario, they're a special animal unto themselves. We are directly impacted by the Métis Nation of Ontario because they claim rights and title and benefits on the land that directly overlaps with the Kebawek First Nation and the Algonquin people. Yes, C-53 has less of an impact on the AOO, but if C-53 were to go forward, it would give rights and title and recognition, to a group that simply, didn't exist prior to contact. And so there's huge issues when government creates legislation for the benefit of recognition, and in doing so, does a disservice to the First Nation people on whose lands and territory that the government is granting rights to. So absolutely a dangerous precedent. If C-53 were to move ahead, it would put us in direct conflict with the Métis Nation of Ontario.
Merci pour la précision. Et dans
Thank you for that clarification. Given the context and everything that's happening with other national Métis movements, do you think that C-53 should be just abandoned by the minister?
Absolutely, without a doubt. I think, we've been advocating since the minister dropped this bill along with the Assembly of First Nations of Quebec and Labrador, the Chiefs of Ontario, and others who clearly recognize that the Métis Nation of Ontario, its legitimacy and its claim to fame is that it's been using our ancestors in ways and means to justify their existence, when in fact, they're so far removed from our communities that, again, granting them recognition to C-53 would have been a travesty and an important injustice to Indigenous people across the country, but more importantly, directly to the Algonquin Nation, whose title and lands are also being claimed by these fake Indians.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Lemire. Next, we're going to go to Ms. Idlout for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing on Last Minute on this important issue. I know that when you share with us the deep impacts of pretendingism happens, you clearly state how damaging it is for Indigenous peoples. I know that, just as a case in point, in Nunavut, we had sponsorship that was meant to go to Inuit students, go to non-Indigenous peoples. They used fraud to get that sponsorship, so those costs are high. I did want to ask you, based on what I understand, that you went and either filed a human rights complaint at the United Nations or brought issues to the United Nations about Indigenous identity fraud this past summer. I wonder if you could share with us what you shared at the UN.
Sorry, I'm a little bit, I don't understand the question.
Okay. I'm not too sure if I'm getting my facts straight, but it sounds like the Abenaki and the Kebawek, is that the Kebawek, went to the United Nations to make a complaint about Indigenous identity fraud?
I believe that was the Abenaki nation who went and made that complaint.
Okay.
In fact, it was highly publicized and quite in the media quite a bit. So I know for a fact that it was the Abenakis who raised this issue about pretend Indians.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Based on your experience, I wonder, because you knowing what the deep impacts are, knowing what the federal government needs to be doing, could you share your expertise or recommendations on what the federal government should do, understanding that we need to respect the self-determination of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit? What role can the federal government do to make sure that there's more decisive action when pretendians become obvious?
Well, I think there's a number of things that the federal government can do, and I think one of them, more importantly, is to stop, developing policies and creating institutions like the Algonquins of Ontario, giving recognition to the Métis Nation of Ontario, true legislation like C-53 without, clearly understanding, the facts of what these entities will do once they're created. And I guess the bigger challenge, and I think the message that I want to send the federal government, is that in the case of the Algonquins of Ontario, as a status First Nation citizen, my First Nation indigenousness is determined through the Indian Act, through Section 6.1 and 6.62. Clearly, there's a number of rules that within the Indian Act that lays out and tells me whether I'm status or non-status. And the government, when it's convenient, as in the case of the Algonquins of Ontario, can simply, develop new policy and create new Indians that do not have to follow the same rules and pass the same tests that I do to be able to be granted status. So, when I hear that, to be granted status, I have my grandparents, great-grandparents, myself, my parents, we've all had to have Indigenous ancestors to be able to be recognized by the Canadian government as an Indian. But when it's convenient, they can create Indians like the Algonquins of Ontario through a policy, and one which clearly gives them different rules than which we have to follow. So to become an Algonquin of Ontario, you simply have to be able to tie yourself to one of 12 root ancestors that have been identified dating back to the 16th or 17th century. So there's two different sets of rules in this country when it comes to being First Nation. Those of us who are required to prove, our indigenousness through the Indian Act and the rules that apply, but a much lesser standard that the government uses in the case of the Algonquins of Ontario because they simply have an end objective that they want to achieve. And so, for me, at the end of the day, if you want to be recognized as First Nation or Indigenous, we should all have to be recognized under the same rules of the game and not have different rules for different groups and different entities, and especially one that is a lesser standard than we have to meet to be considered Indian by the Canadian government.
Thank you very much, Ms. Idlout. That concludes the first round of questioning. Just given the timing here, I am going to abridge the second round. We'll do 3 minutes for the Conservatives and Liberals, and then we'll do 2 minutes for the Bloc and the NDP, because we do have another panel that will be coming in about 15 minutes. So with that, we'll go to Mr. Shields for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Chief. Quickly going to the structure of the program as it exists now. Loopholes can be found quickly in legislation. Was the joint application a loophole that was taken advantage, do you believe, in the structure, how it was developed for applying the joint application? Is that a loophole in that legislation that led to fraud?
I don't necessarily think it's a loophole. I think, again, it's one of those elements that but may not been given enough attention. Because at the end of the day, I think, there needs to be opportunities for partnerships when Indigenous businesses and individuals do not have all of the capacities to take advantage. So absolutely, there's got to be opportunity for us to partner with those who have capacity, experience, and could assist in ensuring that we get a share, again, but ensuring that, rules are in place which clearly define how those partnerships should exist, need to happen. If not, then absolutely it leaves the system fraught and for potential fraud for sure.
I think that's one of the points that the auditor who was involved with this for program said, that was a difficult part of it. But he also said the other part was that they were no longer able to identify, and it was turned over to lower level people in the government to make questions who had no understanding of the program. So he believes those two things really created a problem for the access to the program by those who should access it.
Again, I think that's probably, a relatively fair statement. But again, a lot of this can be addressed and cleared up if the rules are clearly outlined on the front end of this process to avoid, the potential for fraud.
I think you probably explained that the role that you believe Indigenous people should be involved in that identification and much more in the forefront of this rather than the process we've had before.
Yes, absolutely. Again, it's really hard for First Nation people to take charge and benefit from a process when we've had no input into how it was developed. But most certainly, feel the impacts when there are shortcomings in a process designed by government. I'm always a firm believer that First Nation developed, First Nation led, when it directly affects us, is the best way forward.
The point of whether it's one person, one business taking advantage of it, whether it's 20%, 1 versus 20, it doesn't matter. If the program is wrong, the program is wrong and needs to be changed, as you said, for your Indigenous involvement in it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shields. Next, we're going to go to Mr. Hanley for 3 minutes.
Chief Hammond, thank you so much for appearing, and I certainly take note of your comments on being asked to come on very short notice. I realize how much it takes to prepare for a meeting like this, but very important questions that we are considering, and you're bringing up repeatedly in your testimony and in your answers how important it is to establish Indigenous identity, but your focus is, I would say, not so much on the individual as on the entity, and you've spoken a lot to the importance of clear criteria, I think, for establishing what constitutes an Indigenous identity. So I wonder if you can elaborate on what you would consider proper criteria. You've mentioned, of course, Indigenous participation in that definition, but what specifically should be the criteria for how you constitute and define an Indigenous entity?
Again, I think, we have to be fair and realistic to the fact that there's a huge amount of diversity, in and amongst our communities. But absolutely, at the end of the day, it's clearly we have to have mechanisms and a way to be able to know for certain that a particular business is in fact an Indigenous business. When it's a corporation, of course, it's sometimes easier because you get to see, who the founders are and who those members are of the corporation. So again, having clear rules and a clear understanding, whether it be, an individual who owns a company, then that absolutely the rules are clear. and that individual must have a 51% stake in that company, and not just simply on paper. I mean, I think there's work that we have to do on our end to validate and ensure that First Nation people who own these businesses are in fact, the real owners. And again, I think that is done through a system of verification that, we develop and design for First Nations by First Nations. And I know that, my friends at the NACA network have been at the forefront of this issue and speaking about what is required. So again, I think, there's a number of possible ways to do it. But again, that should be left to us to sit down, figure out, and decide. Again, it has to be led and developed by First Nations. And given the complexities, I think, we need some time to think about what would that look like so as not to penalize any individual communities or First Nation individuals' businesses, but ensuring that at the end of the day that, we do a better job than the federal government has in managing this procurement program since it's developed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanley. Et prochainement, on va à Monsieur Lemire.
Next, we'll go to Mr. Lemire for 2 minutes. Thank you. Chief, who's Michel G. Tremblay?
Michel Tremblay was an individual, he is an individual, who in the early 2000s started to claim and exercise rights as a member of the Métis Nation of Ontario. And he was exercising these rights in the province of Quebec on our traditional territory, which we wholeheartedly objected to. Mr. Tremblay was subsequently charged by the provincial government for 47 offenses, from trapping without license, hunting without license, destruction of the territory because he would build roads, he built his own pond, he really believed that he had the rights to do so. And like every other court case that the Métis have brought forward in Quebec, he tried to prove that as a Métis citizen, he had rights and the ability to exercise those rights in Quebec. Quebec Court of Appeal rendered a decision and found Mr. Tremblay guilty on all 47 charges. While that was going on, Canada, continues to address issues of people who lost their status through modifications to the Indian Act registration, through a number of bills, the last being S3. And with these subsequent improved issues, ultimately, Mr. Tremblay went from being a non-Indigenous person who became a Métis, exercised rights, was convicted, and then with changes to S3, because in his testimony it was clear that he had some linkages to the Algonquin Nation. But the problem is that these non-status individuals like Mr. Tremblay sometimes mistake, who they are and who they are and who they represent. So ultimately, as time went by, a number of years passed, the improvements changed, and lo and behold, Mr. Tremblay became a card-carrying member of one of the Algonquin communities, Pikwagonigan in Ontario, as a matter of fact. So it's the situation with Mr. Tremblay highlights one of the major problems we have with the Métis Nation of Ontario. Many of the individuals who claim to be Métis are in fact non-status individuals who've been, removed from our communities for generations. But again, it just shows the extent that the mentality and the mindset that folks like Mr. Tremblay get when they acquire or think they have rights versus how we look at the world and how we exercise our rights as real Algonquin people on the territory. So as I said, we talk about this from an economic perspective. What we see is when we prioritize the protection of the territory over everything else, we have groups like MNO and AOO who are ready to give up, the protection of the territory for contracts. I guess the best example for us is the Temiskaming Dam Replacement Project. We've been leading the environmental assessment since 2018 on behalf of ourselves and 2 other Algonquin communities. And, we've engaged our communities. We've had many consultations. 400 people have come out and told us that the new dam has to be built in site. It cannot be relocated because it will have huge detrimental impacts on salmon, on white sturgeon. But the MNO, because they are more interested in the pre and post monitoring contracts, simply spoke to 4 of their members, and they decided that the best location to build this new bridge is in the spawning bed. And because it'll create work for them, it'll create pre and post monitoring work, plus they will be responsible to create the offset. If they destroy the spawning bed, they have to build a new one.
So, sorry, Chief, I'm going to have to interject at this point. We're quite a bit over time.
Sorry.
But, if you do want to provide any more evidence, please do submit that in writing. And this, lastly, we'll go to Ms. Idlout for 2 minutes.
Just before you start my 2 minutes, I just wanted to share my issue with you unilaterally abridging the time. Like we had 1 hour with Lance, and cutting my time by 30 seconds is a big cut for me, and I'm sure Lemire feels the same way. And knowing that we have extra resources to have been here longer, I just wanted to share that really quickly, but I will proceed with asking my question. You can start my time now. Mr. Heyman, Chief Heyman, the whole Indigenous Business Directory has been a whole paternalistic process. When the Liberals introduced the directory without consulting Indigenous peoples first, Haidu had said when she appeared before us yesterday that she is working with Indigenous peoples on reforming the directory. And my question to you is, how can First Nations, Inuit, and Métis trust the process to fix the problem that was created by the Liberals in the first place?
That's a very good question, Madame Idlout. I think, the challenge has always been the trust factor when somebody else creates an entity that at the end of the day we recognize doesn't work. So again, I'll go back to my original comments. Things that the government tend to develop, they do it for a specific purpose and a specific reality that, and an objective they want to achieve. I think, after the shortcomings of the current process has been, explicitly highlighted, that we look at this as an opportunity for a reset. One where, rather than government dictating and telling us what the rules of the game are in terms of, federal procurement, there are many bright and intelligent First Nation citizens who've already been before this committee, and others who will be coming after me today, who've spoken to what some of those solutions could be. And they all have to be, as I continually will mention, need to be First Nation developed, First Nation led, and First Nation implemented. What that ultimately looks like, I think, will be determined once we've had an opportunity to come together, have the discussions, and bring forward, an option that really, meets the needs of First Nations better than the current regime that's in place. So don't get me wrong, I really think it's important that we have programs like the procurement set aside to advantage First Nation businesses who've been disadvantaged in all other aspects, but doing so in a way that ensures that those contracts are going to legitimate First Nation individuals and businesses, and not, individuals who can claim status on the basis of a policy. I will come back to, at the end of the day, you want to be determined to be Indigenous or First Nation or Inuit or Métis, then, we need to all be playing by the same rules. Government should not be in a position to create Indians when it's convenient for them, like they have done with the Algonquins of Ontario. Because what it does, it puts and sets us, real Algonquins, on the sidelines while Canada negotiates a treaty which is essentially, at the end of the day, 7,000 non-Indigenous people who were given the right to call themselves Algonquin through a government policy, and not through the same standard that I have to follow to be called an Algonquin by this same government. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Idlout, and that will conclude our panel. I'd want to say a special thank you for Chief Hammond for appearing today. And we are going to briefly suspend right now as we switch over to our next witnesses. Start by welcoming our witnesses for our next panel here. We have from the ITK President Natan Obed, as well as William David, Director Legal Services. We have also in person Leah Ballantyne, and joining by video conference we have Brian Doxtator, the Chief Executive Officer and Principal of Pure Spirit Solutions. So I'm going to welcome our witnesses for our second panel here. You will each have 5 minutes for your opening statements, after which we'll proceed with rounds of questions. And we will start with ITK. And so the floor is yours.
Nakumik, good morning, Hulakud, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here to present to you this morning. ITK, Inuit Taprik Kanatami, is the national representational organization for the Inuit of Canada. All Inuit in Canada have concluded modern treaties with the government. The Inuit treaty organizations are the Nunatsiavut Government, Makivik, Nunavut Tungavik Incorporated, and the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation. Our homeland, Inuit Nunangat, comprises over 74% of Canada's shoreline and over 36% of Canada's landmass. I'm surprised to have this opportunity to discuss the Barriers to Economic Development report, a report which included testimony from only 2 Inuit witnesses and contained no specific recommendations related to Inuit or Inuit Nunangat. In fact, while this report discussed barriers specific to First Nations and Métis peoples, it contained only a section of northern and remote communities. This categorization includes Inuit and also includes a range of other Indigenous and non-Indigenous communities, implying the committee was disinterested in the barriers specific to Inuit and Inuit Nunangat. Lumping policy considerations for Inuit into categorizations with all northern and remote communities is precisely the kind of analysis that leads to challenges that Canada currently faces with Indigenous identity fraud in procurement, economic development, academia, and the arts. The barriers and challenges to developing distinctions-based policies, as well as assessing whether or not federal programs benefit Inuit, are among the reasons Inuit and the Crown co-developed the federal Inuit Nunangat policy. The Inuit Nunangat policy is a core deliverable of the Inuit Crown Partnership Committee and contains an entire annex devoted specifically to procurement policy. The Inuit Nunangat policy identifies the Inuit treaties, the Inuit collective rights holders of Canada, who are Inuit treaty organizations, and Inuit as members of those organizations. In the context of procurement, this is an essential element of the policy because it provides a foundation for the federal government to rely on how Inuit identify Inuit businesses. Each Inuit treaty organization has already developed definitions of an Inuit business. In some cases, the definition of an Inuit business is related to modern treaty rights. Together, the working group developed a definition for Inuit businesses outside of Inuit Nunangat and are in the process of revising procurement guidance and policies to increase Inuit participation in federal procurement. Canada is an Arctic state, and Canada's Arctic requires substantial investment to be secure. Expanded procurement opportunities, including defense procurement opportunities, will provide a basis to develop a robust private sector to support Inuit Nunangat. Canada can no longer indulge on the imagination or pretense of those who make claims but are unrecognized by Inuit. Supporting false Indigenous peoples serves to undermine the effectiveness, purpose, and objectives of Canada's Indigenous policies and programs. In an increasingly dangerous world, indulging in fantasies that support Indigenous identity fraud will be used by foreign actors to drive wedges between and among Canadians, undermining our shared national unity. Inuit interests are Canada's interests within Inuit Nunangat. Our shared interests are our strength, and by working together, we can make Canada a stronger, safer, and more secure country. Nakumik.
Thank you very much, President Obed. Next, we'll move to Ms. Ballantyne. You have 5 minutes or less for your opening remarks.
Thank you. Great, thank you. Ginanas Kamitno for inviting me today to speak with the House of Commons Standing Committee on the second report entitled Barriers to Economic Development in Indigenous Communities. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation of these unceded lands we now call Ottawa and meet upon today. I would also like to acknowledge my colleague and leader, Nathan Obed, who's beside me here, for also starting us in our business today. I extend my gratitude to each and every one of you here for being here today. I think it's important to gather together and share stories of the truth of the origin of our friendship and sacred covenant to one another. Migisu Esquil, Nitsigasudan, Bakadagan Ochi. My name is Leah Ballantyne. I am a member of the Matthias Cologne Cree Nation of Pagadawagan and also of the High Rock Prayer River Idinuak in Manitoba. We are signatory to Treaty 6. The effecting of Treaty 6 in the year 1876 was entered into as a peace treaty, and it was sanctioned by ceremony through the sharing of the peace pipe and the burning of sacred tobacco. The significance of the pipe ceremony is that the governors and commissioners of Treaty 6 accepted the friendship of the tribe. I quote from the late Treaty Commissioner and Honourable Lieutenant Governor of Manitoba, the Northwest Territories, and Keewatin District, Alexander Morris, who in 1876 wrote, "What wonder that the Indian mind was disturbed, and what wonder was it that a Plains chief, as he looked upon the strange wires stretching through his land, exclaimed to his people, 'We have done wrong to allow that wire to be placed there before the government obtained our leave to do so.' The government of Canada had anticipated the probabilities of such a state of affairs, wisely resolved that contemporaneously with the formal establishment of their rule, formed alliances with the Indians. In 1870, the Parliament of Canada created the requisite machinery for the government of the province of Manitoba and of the Northwest Territories, respectively. Today, we refer to a report and the work of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs. In my opinion, this work is an abrogation and derogation from our treaty, our sacred covenant, and casts aspersion to both domestic and international law. Canada has recognized our treaty rights through Section 35 of Canada's Constitution, the supreme law of Canada, which states, "The existing Aboriginal and treaty rights of the Aboriginal peoples of Canada today are hereby recognized and affirmed." Section 25 further protects Section 35 and ensures that no other provision of the Charter can take away or supersede these rights. The motion at the heart of this meeting today offends Aboriginal and treaty-protected rights in Canada's Constitution. In our sacred treaty, there is no word or term such as Indigenous, used anywhere in any document. And further, there is no shared treaty within our territory with any other Aboriginal group named in the Constitution. The committee document purports to create space for, quote, Indigenous communities and creates confusion and the potential for Indigenous identity fraud by introducing ill-defined concepts of eligibility to the group Indigenous without true definition of the term. The term Indigenous was recently popularized by the dialogue and adoption of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. UNDRIP used the term Indigenous towards a global audience to encompass First Peoples from around the globe inclusively and to uphold minimum standards to basic human rights. The Government of Canada has now adopted this term in deference to a distinction-based approach of Aboriginal peoples as defined in Canada's Constitution. The word Indigenous derives from the Latin indigena, meaning native or sprung from the land. The word is not only used to describe people, but also flora and fauna that infuses a sense of wilderness to the name, while disengaging from our important shared history, legal covenants, and obligations. For First Nations, Nido, Idanu, or Indians, as we are referred to in the treaty and in the Constitution, we have had our lands occupied by settlers. The concept of indigeneity is settler and colonial oriented. The word Indigenous has been exploited as a colonial tool and conduit to bestow identity, inclusion, and purportedly Aboriginal and treaty rights onto a group of ordinary Canadian citizens who do not qualify for such rights. This is the heart of the issue of Indigenous identity fraud. These actions or policies can and must be stopped. In the words of Alexander Morris, who wrote, quote, "Since 1870, there now remains no Indian nations in the Northwest, inside of the Fertile Belt, who have not been dealt with." I urge the Standing Committee to stand down this report, stand up our constitutional rights for us and for all Canadians. Any introduction of identity other than what already exists under Aboriginal, treaty, and inherent rights, which are constitutionally protected rights, would be an abrogation and derogation of our supreme laws and sacred covenants. Hi. Thank you for your time and your attention to my statement.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ballantyne. And we'll be moving on to our third witness. So we'll be going by video conference to Mr. Doxeter. You have 5 minutes or less for your opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to thank the clerk and all committee members for inviting us today for prioritizing the important discussion on barriers to Indigenous economic development. Economic opportunity is central to advancing reconciliation of past injustices. My name is Brian Doxeter. I'm a member of the Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte, Tyendinaga Mohawk Territory, and CEO and majority owner of Pure Spirit Solutions, Inc., an IT value-added reseller specializing in workplace technology, data centers, and audiovisual solutions. I purchased the company in January 2024 after selling my majority share of an Ottawa-based electrical contracting business 3 years ago. During due diligence, I identified that Pure Spirit was PSIB compliant, certified as an Indigenous business by the Canadian Council for Indigenous Business, and listed on the Indigenous Business Directory. I also found that Pure Spirit had been audited by Indigenous Services Canada in June of 2022 for PSIB compliance with no issues. While Pure Spirit delivers value through the right products at the right price and time, we're committed to adhering to procurement standards and ethical practices. We're proud of our contributions to the Indigenous community, including our support for Focus Forward for Indigenous Youth. This nationally registered charity offers employment and skills development for Indigenous youth. We also sponsor an annual bursary and scholarship at Algonquin College for Indigenous students in technology, business, or marketing and communications programs, and provide corporate sponsorship to the Masters Indigenous Games. Additionally, our staff leads fundraising activities for the Moose Hide campaign, raising awareness to combat gender-based violence. Though my electrical contracting business was majority Indigenous owned and I explored certification in 2014, I decided not to pursue it due to the complexity of the certification process and the resources required to engage in the federal government procurement process at that time. Well, there's been some clarity since then. We believe that significant barriers still remain for Indigenous businesses to participate in federal government procurement activities. Many federal procurement vehicles are highly technical, requiring specific skills to interpret and prepare bids that comply with specifications. To compete, companies must invest in attracting and retaining the necessary talent and administrative resources. While we understand the need for efficient procurement, the lowest price bid mentality often leaves Indigenous businesses struggling. Even when successful, profit margins are thin. Perhaps weighing factors other than the lowest possible price could ease this barrier. Another challenge for some Indigenous businesses is access to reliable high-speed internet. This has become more important since the pandemic, which has increased the need for remote work, specifically to attract staff from rural and northern communities. Efforts to improve internet access are underway, but demand certainly exceeds the available capacity. We agree with strengthening the Indigenous business verification process and enforcing penalties for noncompliance. Co-developing procurement policies between Indigenous businesses and federal agencies could help address current barriers. Pure Spirit is committed to ethical leadership and advancing Indigenous economic empowerment. As we grow, we aim to provide more employment and career development opportunities for the Indigenous community. Nearly 40% of our staff are Indigenous, and we plan to increase that. Growth will allow us to support a wider variety of Indigenous initiatives, further strengthening our country. This was my vision when purchasing Pure Spirit, and it remains our path forward. I thank you again for the opportunity to speak today, and I hope the deliberations will result in enforceable recommendations to address the issues raised. I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Doxator. We will move into our first round of questions, the 6-minute round, starting with Mr. Indigenous.
Thank you to all our witnesses. Mr. Doxator, you said you're the majority owner of Pure Spirit. Could you tell us who the minority owners are?
Certainly. The minority owners are David and Corinne Bouchard.
Thank you. Could you tell us about the relationship between Pure Spirit and Pure Logic, another IT company?
Certainly. Pure Logic is a company that's wholly owned by David and Corinne Bouchard. And they are, as the minority owners of my business, they have their own IT business.
And you have the same address as Pure Logic, correct? You operate out of the same suite in the same building?
We operate in the same building. We rent a portion of the ground floor of this building from Pure Logic.
Your addresses online are listed as both being at Suite 200, though.
We have common reception. We're a small company. We can't afford to have a receptionist. So we use a common reception to accept packages or accept mail and then deliver to our suite.
It's interesting that you describe yourself as a small company because you've gotten over $200 million in contracts from the federal government. I looked at the websites for these two companies that are located at the same location, Pure Logic and Pure Spirit. I noticed that the leadership team of Pure Logic is Corinne and David Bouchard. The leadership team at Pure Spirit is also Corinne and David Bouchard, plus you. Are Corinne and David Bouchard Indigenous?
No, they are not.
Okay. The principal contact for contracts for the government as listed online for Pure Spirit is Corinne Bouchard. So I think the question I have, Mr. Dockstader, is it looks like these two individuals who own one IT company who are not Indigenous set up another IT company that shares reception, operates out of the same location, but has but is able to identify as Indigenous because you've become a partner in this company, but effectively is operating in lockstep, effectively as one company. Is that a fair assessment?
I don't believe so. Certainly, I purchased my share of the company in January of 2024. It was owned by another Indigenous person that I purchased from, who started the company, I think, in 2014 or thereabouts.
But what does Pure Spirit do that's different from what Pure Logic does?
Pure Spirit is strictly an IT reseller. So we take specifications on public tenders for equipment. We purchase equipment from suppliers that we have relationships with. It can be HP, Lenovo, GTAC, and we supply that equipment. We don't do services. We don't do any subcontracting. Effectively, we buy equipment and sell to the government.
You're a reseller, and would you say that process of reselling sometimes benefits Pure Logic? Are you reselling goods or services from Pure Logic?
No, we are not.
Not ever, even though you share the same suite number?
No, we're not selling any services from Pure Logic.
Okay. By the way, I'm not suggesting that you've in any way that you've broken any rules. I think this maybe raises some questions about the structures that exist, right? You have two people that run one IT company, and then they're involved in starting another IT company that's Indigenous owned at the same location. It's not obvious to me how these companies, outside of the provisions around set-asides, would operate as two separate companies. In fact, I looked at the website again for Pure Logic, and I can see in the background of the photos of Corinne and David Bouchard, the Pure IT Spirit logo is visible in the background of the photos, which suggests that these companies are completely joined at the hip. You wouldn't normally stand in front of the logo of a different company for your photo on the other company's website. Does that seem a bit odd to you?
I'm not sure where they used common pictures between websites or not.
It's just, this is not a small company, right? Pure Spirit got over $200 million in contracts, and substantially likely being able to identify as Indigenous owned was helpful in that. And yet you've got two non-Indigenous people who own a substantial minority stake in that company who are also owning another IT company at the same location. I think Canadians would find this odd, don't you?
So sorry, and Mr. Dockstader, just a brief response as we're over time here.
Okay, I don't think it's odd for any Indigenous business to start with partners that can have capital to help you. Over that $200 million, I don't know how many years it's over. Certainly, I bought the company in January this year. I don't know how many years that's over. I know from our business this year, the margins are very thin. We're working on less than 5% gross profit margin to support the organization. So in order to start up, that's one of the barriers is access to capital, which drives a lot of Indigenous entrepreneurs to partner with others that have some capital.
Thank you very much, Mr. Genuis. We're going to be moving now to Mr. Hanley for 6 minutes.
Thank you for all of our witnesses for appearing. Mr. Obed, I'll begin with you. It's really good to see you here. There have been really some significant events for Inuit Nunangat lately, and one interesting one. Just yesterday, I attended the celebration for Yukon University becoming the 97th university addition to Universities Canada, a really big deal for a northern university, the first university north of 60. And at that event, they reflected on the recent announcement of steps towards Inuit Nunangat University. And I'm interested in what that means to have a post-secondary institution based in Nunavut, what that means for not just reconciliation, but for economic reconciliation and Indigenous opportunities. I wonder if you could maybe comment on that.
Thank you for the question. And yes, it was a wonderful milestone last week that we announced at 100 Wellington that we were well along the way towards a path of an Inuit Nunangat University. We hope to open the doors to the first cohort of students in 2030. We certainly have a long way to go between now and then. In the imagination of the university, it'll be a particular opportunity for a particular type of student. The institution will be Inuit-led. There will be a focus on Inuit society and culture and a holistic nature on delivering a post-secondary educational program. We understand that graduates, no matter if they go to law school or if they're in a Bachelor of Education for Teachers or a nursing program, Inuit across Inuit Nunangat have used those degrees to do any number of different things. Go into politics, like Ms. Edbout, or start their own businesses, or contribute to their communities in many different ways. So we do hope that the graduates will have a foundation that spans from community-based interests, from social interests, but then also economic interests as well. We know that the natural resource sector is a large component of Inuit Nunangat economy. We also know that we want to grow small businesses and grow private entrepreneurship. We also have tremendous artists who also want to be business people as well. We hope this university can provide a much greater foundation for success in whatever the graduates want to do, but specifically within Inuit Nunangat.
Thank you. And the other significant recent event, of course, was Minister Jolie's announcement of the new and co-developed Arctic foreign policy last Friday. You spoke at that event. I was pleased to be able to witness it as well. Further to that, we saw some rather disparaging remarks from the leader of the official opposition, who likened a diplomatic presence in the north to having a diplomat speak to Santa Claus, which seemed to be a gross oversight of the need and the presence. And you spoke very well to that. But I wonder if you could talk to the importance of a diplomatic presence in the circumpolar north and the presence of ambassadors that go over and above just the defense aspects. We're talking about Arctic security, Arctic sovereignty, and how important it is to have a diplomatic presence in addition to a defense presence.
Yeah, well, absolutely. And I understand that in partisan politics, there are jabs at either side, and you make hay with whatever it is at the moment. So I don't want to weigh in on the cacophony of noise within that space. But when our Arctic space is so misunderstood or not understood at all, I saw an opportunity to talk about the complexity of it And we have foundational partners as in nation states, especially with Denmark and with the United States, who share our borders on the east and west within the Arctic, and diplomacy with those nation states and all other Arctic states, whether they be Nordic states or other European countries that do a lot of business within the Arctic. It's imperative for us to have strong relationships and strong ties with them. As we, as a country, also consider the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the mobility of Indigenous peoples between nation states where there are constructed borders that were not our own, it's so important to have consulates and diplomacy between nation states to allow for increased mobility of humans. Also, the ability for us to build economic strength together from a east to west connection across Inuit Nunat or Inuit homeland, rather than an explicitly north to south environment. So there are many reasons for us, outside of the very obvious reasons for Arctic security and defense, to have very strong ties with our allies, and they expect that of us, of the country, and we as Inuit expect it of our nation state as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanley. Et prochainement, on va à Monsieur Lemire pour 6 minutes.
Next, we'll go to Mr. Lemire for 6 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question will be for Mr. Oben. You denounced the appropriation of Inuit identity by Métis organizations. What is the impact on your community of the government's inaction on that file?
Thank you for the question. There are many different threats to the space that Inuit have carved out with Canada as a nation state. And we've worked over the past 50 to 60 years to create, negotiate agreements with Canada through modern treaties. All of those processes took generations of work, and we were exhaustive. So we have now settled treaties amongst all Inuit Nunangat regions, and the idea that there are newly Inuit collectives that only became Inuit collectives in 2012, that previously were Métis collectives and were only Métis collectives until starting in 1984, threaten the security and the foundation of our relationship with Canada and our relationship with provinces and territories. Just like when businesses talk about the security that they need to do business and the risk aversion that they have to going into unsettled spaces, we also need security to ensure that the deals that we make with this country and the space that we have for support for healthcare, for education, for language, for economic development, that there aren't going to always be new players into that space that didn't go through the same process and don't have the same support. So for the NCC, the Assembly of First Nations, the Métis National Council, and Inuit Taprik Kanatami have all said that they do not recognize the NCC as an Inuit collective, and the MNC had never recognized the formerly Métis group in Labrador as Métis. So the Government of Canada is going in contrast to the express decisions of the constitutionally recognized Indigenous peoples, all Section 35 rights-holding peoples. And it is a really frustrating thing to have to expend our time and energy on trying to fight these newly Indigenous peoples in the very same space that we've carved out over 60 years.
Right now, the Canadian Council for Indigenous Business, CCIB, gives us the impression that it's going beyond its original mandate by buying beyond its mandate. Why is the CCIB in this conversation? To my mind, this goes beyond reasoning. despite what it said yesterday, the government seems to be turning a deaf ear. Is that an Indigenous organization, in your opinion? Do you recognize it as such? Do you know companies that gravitate around the government and that are used as advisors regarding procurement programs?
The preferred way that Inuit Tapiriit Kanatami wishes to have a relationship with the Government of Canada is directly with the Government of Canada. And whether it's our Inuit treaty organizations in each of our 4 treaty jurisdictions, or at the national level through ITK, or international level through the Inuit Circumpolar Council Canada, for the express clarity of all governments and all Canadians, we hold those responsibilities, as do our Inuit treaty organizations. From what our understanding is, the CCIB does not have Inuit on its governance, and no matter if it did or didn't, it is not a democratically functional Inuit institution, and therefore the Government of Canada should treat it like it does many other NGOs or any other organizations that have been created for a specific champion or a specific purpose, but in no official capacity and no rights-holding capacity whatsoever. They're fundamentally different things. It's like when you go to Alberta, do you talk to the Alberta government, or do you talk to a group of people who've mobilized in Alberta who say that they want to talk to you? The Government of Canada is very clearly understands the rules in provinces and territories, but with Indigenous peoples, sometimes it very clearly does not abide by the same structures that it does for other governments.
What solutions should be put in place in order to attack appropriation of your identity?
We've been working with this government on the implementation of the Inuit Nunangat policy. We're hoping for more certainty on that policy, which was adopted by the Government of Canada in April of 2022. It clearly defines who Inuit in Canada are, and also clearly excludes any new Inuit collectives that are not a part of Inuit Nunangat. We hope that the Government of Canada, in all of its business, will uphold the Inuit Nunangat policy, and also the definition of Inuit as described by Inuit through Inuit Tapiriit Kanatami. We are the national expression of Inuit democracy in this country, and I've championed that as a diplomat to all of you, that the Government of Canada respect that.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lemille.
To Ms. Idlout for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing. I just wanted to respond very quickly to your criticism about only having 2 Inuit witnesses in the beginning, rightly so, but to also, from the committee's perspective, we did invite other Inuit to appear that didn't. So we did make attempts, but we ended up only with, and my thanks to Andy Morehouse from Makivik, as well as Nunasi Corporation. So at least we were able to get some voice in there. I wanted to ask questions about the CCIB. In what you're aware of, is CCIB an organization led by rights holders?
I can't speak to First Nations or Métis, but for Inuit, no. We do have rights-holding relationships with certain partners, where Inuit, through Inuit Tapiriit Kanatami, identify individual Inuit who will be appointed to serve Inuit interests in other bodies. But in a CCIB case, no, we don't have that relationship with them.
Okay. Do you think that there are problems with the federal government using CCIB to lead the Indigenous procurement reform?
We think the federal government is best suited to lead that reform, and we hope that the federal government will solemnly undertake the duties for implementation of its programs, policies, and legislation, like it does with any host of different policy areas and files. Sometimes with Indigenous-specific files, the government gets quite worried about the ability to implement and enforce. But for us, for Inuit, we are quite pleased when the government takes that obligation, because it shows that it cares about its relationship with us to actually do the hard work of administration and of compliance. Recourse and remedy for anyone who does not comply with Canadian government policy is much easier through federal processes rather than outsourced third-party processes. And we would like the strength of Canada in the enforcement of these particular initiatives.
Thank you so much. I know that as a national Indigenous organization for Inuit, that you've had opportunities to work as well with AFN and the Métis National Council. I'm aware, for example, that the AFN in their 45th AGM passed a resolution so that they have a First Nations-led procurement organization. Does ITK have any similar resolutions to that effect?
We're fortunate that within each one of our treaty organizations, there are, in many cases, land claim implementation processes that have allowed for official Inuit businesses to have registries and to have opportunities within their jurisdiction. At the national level, we have our Inuit Economic Development body that hopefully will be able to mobilize in the national space as well. But we have such a strong foundation that we can clearly use at the national level for any sort of economic development opportunities or procurement opportunities. But we have not at ITK passed a resolution that has created a specific administrative body for that.
Okay, thank you so much. My last question, I believe, is that you've mentioned the problems with the newly Inuit collective. And I'm aware that this newly created Inuit collective has been getting funding from the federal government. And I wonder what your view is when the federal government is funding the newly created Inuit collective as an Indigenous organization. Do you think that is against reconciliation?
That's a really important question. The self-determination of Indigenous peoples and the idea of who Indigenous peoples are in this country has not been exclusively the domain of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. The federal government has played an essential role in negotiating with us on the beneficiary provisions within our land claim agreements. So who are a part of the Inuit collective is not just an expression of Inuit self-determination, it's a partnership with the country.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I have such limited time.
Oh, sorry.
Do you think that it's against reconciliation when the federal government funds such organizations as Indigenous organizations of these newly created Inuit collective?
I think it greatly impedes reconciliation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Idlout. Given the timing, we're going to have a shortened second round. We'll have 2.5 minutes for all four parties here. So starting with Mr. Shields, you have 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the witnesses being here today. It's interesting that after 9 years, if it was so important to make the ambassador to the North, it took them 9 years to do it. For the Spirit Solutions, you've had 112 contracts in 2024, so that's quite a few. But I would really like to address my questions to Leah Ballantyne. We have obviously an MP from Edmonton who has been discredited for his claim for Métis. We have another one from Nickel Belt who has used it, but the Métis Organization of Ontario has discredited him. We have a Liberal candidate in Vancouver running for election who claimed it has been discredited. Why would people risk their political reputation? What are they doing to claim this Indigenous status? Why? And I know you're researching this and you do this. This is what you do.
Thank you for the question. There are gaps in the term Indigenous, the term Indigenous, so there's room there for an identity fraud to happen. And there are benefits to claiming that identity. Obviously, with the standing committee here, the economic procurement strategy is a great benefit if someone can get their company listed on that registry. So that is one benefit, but we've seen other identity frauds in education, in the arts. I mean, specifically in education, there's people who have advanced their entire careers to doctoral or PhD candidates under the guise of an Indigenous identity fraud. And where the problem in the heart of it, where it really lies with my statement, is that the term Indigenous is kind of been a catch-all phrase for everyone. And then the other issue with it is that Métis is not defined. In fact, I beg to ask this committee, where is the definition of Métis? I don't see it. And I also see in recommendation 25 and 26 that the Métis get put on the same level as the First Nation and the Inuit, the three partners under Section 35. And without having that legal definition of what Métis is highly problematic. And it's a deep problem. Like the previous questions were just asked about the Assembly of First Nations. I couldn't even say that the governance structure of AFN would be the same as my friend here, who is running a proper governance structure under ATK, because the AFN is actually a nonprofit organization that might speak to the rights of First Nation holders if they choose to enter that avenue. So it gets really convoluted right from there. And you've got Métis organizations who are nonprofit entities or societies under the Society Act that purport to hand out rights to ordinary Canadian citizens who may choose to seek an accolade or a benefit out of claiming that identity. So that is the heart of the fraud. And that's what needs to stop at this committee level. If that definition of Métis were further defined, I don't think we would have the same issue that we have right now. A lot of it also has to do with self-identification, and without a proper definition of what is Métis, you're going to run rampant with this problem ongoing
thank you,
until it's resolved.
Sorry, I've got to jump in there, but thank you very much, Mr. Shields. And next, we'll be moving to Mr. McLeod for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to our witnesses. I really appreciate you coming to speak to us today. It's a very important issue that we're discussing today. The fiscal reality in the North with our Indigenous governments is at times very bleak. And we have 15 tables where negotiations are going on, and self-governance and land claims are what people are trying to achieve. And up to 2015, the government of the day, the Conservative government, only wanted to use own source revenue to fund the Indigenous governments. Because Indigenous governments, once they achieve self-governance and are attempting to be shoulder to shoulder with other governments, they still have to find a way to pay for the governance, for their people, for their staff, for offices, for everything. And that changed in 2015. We started looking at self-government fiscal policies that will fund governments properly. We've introduced a 5% minimum procurement, which I don't think the Conservatives support, and at some point we'll probably cut if the government changes. But it's really important that we recognize today we're talking about a fiscal tool that Indigenous governments will use. Procurement is part of many different sources that they'll need, because there's no one source that will finance a government properly. So I wanted to ask, maybe I'll start with you, Nathan, if you could talk about the government's position in procurement, and if there needs to be more done so that Indigenous governments can move forward. I know we talked about all kinds of problems with the process that people are identifying, but what do we need? This is an opportunity to talk about economic development in our communities, so I'd like to hear your recommendations.
Well, thanks for that. I think we are well on our way in some areas, but the barriers still remain for infrastructure, for connectivity, and also for expansive policies that enable Inuit to, in our case, for ITK, for Inuit businesses to succeed. We are also in a new frontier for intellectual property and the considerations for how we can protect Inuit intellectual property and things specific to Inuit society and culture and business moving forward is a point of great concern for us. We hope to also get this certainty that I talked about earlier, where we can just dive right ahead and know that we're not competing against other actors that have no business being in the space that we do, especially if we want to meet that 5% target. And we understand, especially for defense spending, that there's going to be a lot of money put into Inuit Nunangat in the Arctic. We want our Inuit businesses to be right there to provide great services and have access to those particular opportunities for the good of our communities and the good of Inuit in general.
Thank you very much, Mr. McLeod. Et prochainement, on va à Monsieur Lemire pour 2 minutes et demie.
We'll go to Mr. Lemire for 2.5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Ms. Ballantyne. In many programs, the government requires self-disclosure. It never calls into question the Indigenous identity of applicants. Should that continue, or should there be some parameters in partnership with the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis?
I think that part of the issue, really, the heart of it comes to an issue of governance. When you're dealing directly with rights holders, that is a good thing. You're going to get the proper identification when dealing directly with communities such as the one that I come from. We have a treaty. But if we're relying on other organizations that the Métis fall under, or even the Assembly of First Nations, again, these are nonprofit entities or societies created under the Societies Act, and they're not built as a true governance structure vis-a-vis like a third order of government that was likely envisioned under Section 35. So claiming that identity is still going to be an issue until the governance issue is resolved. And I think in the meantime, the government could put a full stop to having the ticky box, self-checking, self-identity part of the process for this procurement strategy, or indeed with any academic or any other institution within the country.
Nous avons certaines situations.
We have some situations. Let me give you an example. In my riding in Quebec, we have an Indigenous community that claims to be Indigenous but has no rights, but will receive money from Heritage Canada for reconciliation activities simply because they self-declared that they're Indigenous, but they don't have to prove the legitimacy of this legally. Parallel to that, Indigenous communities lack funding to organize their powwows. Isn't there a poor balance there or misuse of public money?
I think any funding, thank you for the question, any funding to any organization that self-identifies without any proof or evidence needs to be stopped immediately. And again, the use of nonprofits or societies to purport that right onto otherwise ordinary Canadian citizens needs to stop. Full stop.
Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Lemire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lemire.
Questioner for this panel will be Ms. Idlout. You have 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. And I must say, Ms. Ballantyne, I think that what you just stated also applies to corporations. Not just nonprofits, but corporations as well. I'd like to ask a couple more questions to Natan. In my view, the Liberals' weak responses to addressing pretendians, including the newly created Inuit Collective, is resulting and economic barriers for Inuit. In your perspective, what can the Liberals do more decisively to reconcile with Inuit from Inuit Nunangat?
Inuit have written to the Prime Minister, have asked the Prime Minister to ensure that the Government of Canada does not recognize NCC as an Inuit collective and does not fund NCC for any Inuit-specific programs or services. We know that there is a fixed amount of money for the equity that we are seeking and the implementation of our rights. We are worried that we are not able to get to equity quickly enough because of the funds that are mistakenly used for Indigenous peoples that have no standing.
What does it mean to you when the Prime Minister is not listening to you when they are continuing to fund that collective?
I do wonder why it's so difficult, especially when Inuit very clearly, through our self-determining process, have come forward as the National Inuit Collective and firmly given the Prime Minister a clear, articulated reason as to why the Government of Canada should not legitimize these particular this particular fraudulent Inuit collective. It confuses me.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much, Ms. Idlout. And that concludes our panel. And I want to thank our witnesses for being here today and for all their testimony. If there is anything else you would like to submit that you weren't able to get to, please do so in writing at your earliest convenience. But with that, we are going to suspend very briefly while we change over for our next panel. Meeting back to order. I'd like to welcome our witnesses for our next panel here. Joining in person, we have Mr. Daryl Lehoux, Associate Professor, University of Ottawa, and also joining by video conference, we have Lauren Pelletier, Senior Economic Advisor to the President of the Manitoba Métis Federation. So we'll start with opening remarks, starting with Mr. Lehoux. You have 5 minutes for opening remarks, and the floor is yours.
Invitation. Research suggests that Indigenous identity fraud has been on the rise for the past 20 years. There's a consensus among scholars who study phenomenon that the Supreme Court of Canada's 2003 Pauli decision empowered French-Canadian individuals to shift their identities, especially to Eastern Métis variants, such as Acadian Métis, Mi'kmaq Métis, Quebec Métis, and Algonquin Métis. It is important to note that about 10 million Canadians have a tiny fraction of Indigenous ancestry going back to a handful of Indigenous women born in New France before 1650. I am among those Canadians, as is Céline Dion, Mario Lemieux, Maurice Richard, Quebec Premier François Legault, and Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Overall, about 75% of French Canadian or Quebecois persons share that genealogical profile. There's nothing unique about it. Since the late to mid-2000s, tens of thousands of individuals and dozens of organizations have emerged to argue that they are Métis under Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982. However, in so doing, they misinterpret the Pauli decision, which clearly stated that Indigenous ancestry on its own does not mean one is Aboriginal under the Constitution. The Eastern Métis movement has gone on to lose nearly 125 separate court cases in Quebec, Ontario, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia, most of them since 2018, in which individuals and or their organizations have sought legal recognition as distinct Métis people under the Constitution. Of the dozens of judges who have heard these cases, including several on provincial courts of appeal, all found that the individuals before them didn't meet the Pauli test, without exception. Despite repeated failure in the courts, the continued opposition to their claims by the federal and all provincial governments, for the most part, and widespread opposition by First Nations, and as we heard earlier, the Inuit, these false claims to Indigenous identity continue to be taken at face value by public institutions such as universities, research, arts funding agencies, school boards, and the Federal Public Service, where self-identification is the norm. There are currently thousands of white Canadians employed as so-called Indigenous people, often hired with funding for reconciliation. Billions of dollars in salaries, grant funding, and business procurement earmarked for Indigenous individuals disappears into the coffers of white Canadians every year. After extensive conversation with Indigenous employee groups at several federal ministries or agencies, I believe that no more than a third of employees in positions reserved for or with preference for an Indigenous employee are Indigenous. And this is in the Federal Public Service. Efforts by these actual Indigenous employees to advocate for a clear policy on Indigenous identity fraud have been repeatedly thwarted over the past decade, as these whistleblowers face the reality that Indigenous identity fraudsters run their departments and or agencies. As an illustrative example, the federal government continues to provide millions of dollars in annual funding to the Native Alliance of Quebec for housing and other initiatives, even though the alliance long ago ceased to represent Indigenous people. Repeated media reports, complaints filed by Indigenous organizations, and scholarly material have all clearly explained what is happening, while a recent court case, Alliance Autochtone du Québec contre Procureur Général du Québec, this was just a decision that came out a few months ago, even confirmed that its lax membership criteria ensures that the NAQ doesn't represent Indigenous people. Nonetheless, Indigenous Services Canada continues to fund Indigenous social housing in the province of Quebec that mostly goes to white individuals. Thus, it is no surprise that these types of systemic problems exist in the federal government's procurement policies for Indigenous businesses, as the Canadian government has refused to address this issue head-on. This past summer, representatives of a First Nation in Quebec brought the case of the Canada Council for Indigenous Business to my attention. The CCIB has provided accreditation to over 25,000 Indigenous businesses. It recently collaborated with Indigenous Services Canada to produce the report, and this is the title, untapped potential, a case study of Indigenous Economic Development Corporation capacity in federal procurement. But the CCIB's criteria for determining if a business is Indigenous are sufficiently broad to include thousands of businesses with no connection to an Indigenous person. I actually wrote them about this in April and gave them a detailed reasoning as to why their criteria includes non-Indigenous businesses. They never responded. As such, their accreditation program is a main vehicle through which individuals involved in Indigenous identity fraud have been legitimizing their claims. The solution to Canadians stealing resources set aside for Indigenous peoples and communities is for the federal government to lead the way and adopt a clear policy on Indigenous identity fraud that is inclusive of those who have been disconnected from their communities due to policies and laws such as the Indian Act, residential schools, and the 60s Scoop, while also being exclusive of those claims otherwise rejected by the courts, governments, and First Nations in the respective territories. The days when self-identification was a sufficient measure of indigeneity have passed, as Canadians continue to demonstrate the extent to which they are willing to go to continue to steal opportunities from Indigenous people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leroux. And next we'll go to Mr. Pelletier. You have 5 minutes for your opening remarks.
Hello, bonjour. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the committee for the invitation. My name is Lauren Pelche, and I am Senior Economic Advisor to President David Chartrand of the Manitoba Métis Federation. I'm joining you from the heart of our homeland, Winnipeg, Manitoba. As the committee knows, the Red River Métis are a recognized Aboriginal people under Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution, and our people were and continue to be Canada's partner in Confederation. Our people have always been known for our hard work ethic and entrepreneurship going back to the days of our buffalo hunts. The Manitoba Métis Federation is the national government of our people as outlined in the MMF Constitution, which includes our definition for citizenship. It is reflected in our democratic processes, and it's acknowledged through the Red River Métis Self-Government Recognition and Implementation Treaty that we signed with Canada just 10 days ago. I'd like to begin my opening remarks by commending the Government of Canada for introducing the 5% Indigenous procurement mandate in 2021. The policy reflects true and tangible Indigenous reconciliation and has the potential to advance the economic participation of Red River Métis in meaningful ways. While the policy is a good one, the committee is aware of the issues and barriers in its administration and delivery. Our Red River Métis businesses continue to face some of those barriers to participation in Canada's Indigenous procurement. I would suggest to the committee that the Manitoba Métis Federation is prepared and ready to be part of the solution. In her appearance at committee yesterday, the Honourable Patty Hadju, in response to a question, spoke to the engagement with various Indigenous entities over the past year regarding the transformative Indigenous procurement strategy. And based on her response to the committee, she will be providing a written list of those entities. You will find the Manitoba Métis Federation on that list. We have been a positive and constructive contributor to the discussion. In fact, when we have presented on our work at the co-development table, I humbly suggest to the committee that what the MMF is doing and what we've been sharing is seen in many respects as the leading practice in the country. The committee may not be aware, but the Manitoba Métis Federation has its own established Red River Métis Business Registry and an online Red River Métis Business Directory that are administered by our Louis Riel Capital Corporation, the Manitoba Métis Federation's Indigenous financial institution. Our Red River Métis Business Directory currently has 776 registered Red River Métis businesses. For perspective, that is the equivalent to over 25% of the federal Indigenous business directory. And yet, less than 5% of our businesses are listed on the federal IBD. To register on our directory, businesses have to go through a verification of a majority ownership process administered by the Louis Riel Capital Corporation. And for the committee's awareness, the Louis Riel Capital Corporation just celebrated its 32nd anniversary of serving Red River Métis businesses and entrepreneurs. Through our process, the Red River Métis business owners are equally validated for their citizenship with the Manitoba Métis Federation's Citizenship Registry, which is administered by the MMF's Central Registry Office. In essence, each one of our businesses is verified for majority Red River Métis ownership, and the owner or owners are validated as Red River Métis. The issue at present is that our directory is not currently recognized as a valid source for confirmation of an Indigenous business under the current system. As a result, any contracts established between Canada or one of its prime contractors looking to subcontract with a Red River Métis business does not count against the federal department's 5% requirement. The effect is that our Red River Métis businesses are disregarded, not given the opportunity, or they are encouraged to register on the federal Indigenous Business Directory. The IBD registration, if for your awareness, can be onerous, but more than that, our businesses are already registered with our own government business directory. It is a matter of principle and acts of self-determination and self-government that has driven our intensive work with our own business directory. On behalf of President Chartrand and our government, I would ask that the committee give strong consideration to our Red River Métis Business Directory being recognized as a legitimate source for Indigenous procurement. Considering our Red River Métis Business Registry as a source of federal procurement would contribute to the efforts of federal departments in meeting their mandatory requirements and would, without question, be a tangible act of reconciliation, and it would absolutely result in increased Red River Métis participation in our economy. Thank you again for the invitation. Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pelletier, and I also want to thank you for your flexibility in timing today as well. It's much appreciated. But with that, we are going to go to our first round of questions, the 6-minute round, starting with Mr. Shields.
Chair, and thank you, our witnesses, for being here today. I find it very interesting when we talk about self-identification. There's a frontiersman in the northwest United States, Colorado, Wyoming, by the name of Kit Carson. His wife was Indigenous. He's in my family tree. But I would never have considered claiming that as self-identification, yet we have a member of parliament from Edmonton, one from Nickel Belt, and now a candidate in Vancouver, who have used this and been discredited. We've heard also from a prior witness how this has occurred in many other parts of our country and many different organizations. This is a great risk, in my mind, to personality of yours, your reputation. What is the drawing attraction that the government and their bureaucracy have developed policies that lend people to want to do this? You've done a lot of research. Why are people doing this?
Thank you. So I think there are many reasons. There's not just one reason. There are a number of sort of social reasons, I think, that help to explain. There's a certain way in which individuals in particular are looking for some sense of belonging. Post sort of the major sort of changes that occurred in the 1950s and 60s with civil rights movements and other movements against racism and colonialism, what you see is that white Americans and Canadians want to distance themselves from being white. They want to somehow evade whether it's responsibility or guilt in some of the historical and contemporary ways in which racism is experienced by Indigenous peoples and other racialized people. And so I think that's part of it. You see, as part of that movement, there's a way in which there's a valorization for what are called ethnic minority groups. So in the United States and Canada, you see Italian Canadians and Americans, Irish Canadians, Americans, Scott, et cetera, who start to value their particular ethnic identity to move away from being seen as simply white. And so that's part of the story, I think, that there's a way in which white Canadians no longer want to be understood as white. And one way to do that is to rely on ancestry from a long time ago. I also think it's part of this process of what we call settler colonialism, which really seeks to eliminate in different ways Indigenous peoples from the landscape. So whether that's through assimilation or other policies that especially aim to render Indigenous political entities simply cultural organizations that the state or the Crown has no responsibility towards. And so I think that there's a way in which there's this idea generally that circulates, and I think one of my colleagues, Kim Tallbear, has written extensively about that, this idea that Indigenous peoples will disappear one day, and this is part of that disappearing act. If all Canadians or millions of Canadians who are not Indigenous suddenly claim to be Indigenous and aren't accepted as such, what happens to actual Indigenous people, right? And so I think that's also part of what's going on, this larger movement. Maybe I'll just leave it at that. Yeah. I don't think it's just a question of people doing this for financial gain, although that is certainly part of it in some cases. There's other reasons as well.
Well, in this particular case, as we study it, we find that that's probably a program that's developed that leads to that. So I'm going to go to the Red River Métis Association, where you've got 5% of the grants and 25% of yours. The barrier, you've got an Indigenous organization, the Métis Red River, where you go through a thorough process. We had a witness earlier saying this is how it should be done, the Indigenous involved in certifying and recognizing it. Is this the problem that we have then with the federal level? We do not have that level of involvement of Indigenous at the federal level to recognize who should be applying?
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Shields. First off, I would just like to say that the Manitoba Métis Federation is the recognized national government of the Red River Métis. So we're not an association and we're not an organization. We represent our people and through our duly elected, democratically elected government. On the matter of us and our directory and the opportunities with federal procurement, absolutely, it's fundamentally anchored in self-determination and reflective of self-government, that we have a directory of our businesses that are owned by citizens registered with us. And in terms of how it connects and intersects with the federal governments, our position is clear. It's time to recognize our directory as a source for those in the government of Canada that are looking to establish contracts to meet their 5% mandated requirement, to essentially be able to meet their targets and create economic opportunity for our people and for our businesses.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shields. And next, we are moving to Ms. Gainey for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. I will direct my questions to the Manitoba Métis Federation. Yesterday, we heard from the Métis Nation of Alberta, and they mentioned that they use a national definition derived from the Métis National Council. Can you expand a little bit for us on which definition you use to determine citizenship?
Yes, absolutely, Ms. Gainey. Thank you for the question. Within the Manitoba Métis Federation Constitution, you will find our definition, which outlines the four key criteria by which someone meets our citizenship requirements. And these are, of course, administered by our citizenship registry on an ongoing basis. That criteria is as follows. Métis means a person who self-identifies as Red River Métis, is of historic Red River Métis ancestry, is distinct from other Aboriginal people, and is accepted by the Red River Métis.
Yesterday as well, we heard that from the Métis Nation of Alberta that they don't discuss individual cases with respect to citizenship, so that in a sense their citizenship, their citizens are not known or it's not publicly available. Do you have a similar practice in Manitoba?
Yeah, that's a consistent practice for us. And in that, we value the privacy and integrity of our citizens.
So can you describe for us a little bit the process then of gaining citizenship? You've outlined the requirements. How long does this take on average to go through this process, and what does it look like? And do you have a queue per se of applicants? And is there a certain percentage that are not accepted on a regular basis?
Yeah, thank you for the follow-up question. There is currently a queue in that since signing our self-government recognition and implementation agreement in 2021, there was there's keen interest, and of course under that agreement, the Manitoba Métis Federation represents Red River Métis regardless of where they live in the world, and so that's drawn an extreme amount of interest with citizens that are residing elsewhere. In terms of process, there's a rigorous process of application and review with substantiating documentation, genealogies, reference to script, etc. Those are typically done through a third party, like the St. Boniface Historical Society, as one example. And from there, there's also on the point of acceptance through our governance, we have over 100 locals that are really the grassroots, the foundation of our government, and it is those that are applying for citizenship are connected into those locals. There's a component part in our process whereby they meet with and are supported by the locals in their application process, and that is one means by which we identify connectivity to community.
So when you, as you said, there are people who identify or who have citizenship but don't live perhaps in Manitoba. Would that be true of the businesses in your directory as well, that you would have businesses that meet those requirements but are perhaps located in different parts of the country?
Yes, we do. It's a very small number at this point. I could quickly check and get you the number, but it's a small percentage of the businesses, but we do include businesses that are outside of Manitoba on our registry, as long as they've got validated citizenship with the Manitoba Métis Federation.
Just checking on the time. Okay. With respect to your directory then, I think you said you had 776 businesses currently on your directory, and it was a small percentage of those that are on the Indigenous business directory. Is that correct? There's a gap, is my understanding, between...
Yeah, that's correct. So less than 5% of our businesses are on the federal Indigenous business directory.
And what is the gap then? Is there one or two like major things that are hampering those businesses from qualifying? Like, what would you say is the main obstacle to having, say, all 776 of those businesses on the Indigenous business directory?
Yeah, it's an additional burden to businesses to run the process of the IBD. It's not that they're not meeting the criteria of the IBD. The federal IBD, it's the onerous process that's there. And again, as per my opening remarks, they're already in our recognized, verified, validated directory, right? So to get into the federal directory, it's a gauntlet. I'll give you an example. Recently, there's a Métis business that's engaged right now. We facilitated the interactions with a prime contractor of the Government of Canada's defense contracts, $3 billion worth of contracts, fantastic connection. The prime contractor is keenly interested in doing business with our Red River Métis business. As a result, that business has had to register in the federal IBD because that prime contractor has that 5% obligation passed on. They've been at it for 6 weeks to essentially get recognized in the federal IBD. And quite frankly, it'd be very simple if they would just say, if there was just an acknowledgement that that business registered in our directory, which is verified and validated, is recognized, in which case we've just saved that business owner, that Red River Métis business owner, a whole bunch of time, energy, and money.
Okay, thank you for explaining that, and I think that's a very good point. So I appreciate you sharing that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gainey. Prochainement, on va à Monsieur.
Next, we'll go to Mr. Lemire for 6 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Pensier, first of all, I'd like to congratulate you for the historical agreement of the Red River Métis Nation that was signed a few days ago. I'd like to hear your views on this. The recent treaty signed with the Government of Canada, the only modern Métis treaty to date, finally clarifies who is a Métis in Canada.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Lemire.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Lemire, and for your recognition of our historic event 10 days ago. We're still very much in the moment of the signature of the treaty, so I greatly appreciate your question. There is content, it does affect us. There is a lot in the treaty itself that talks about who we are as people, as a nation. And once again, it reinforces what already exists in the Constitution of our government. So, yes, my answer would be simply yes. The fact that it's in a treaty, a definition of Métis, could that create jurisprudence? Could that clarify the situation of other people who claim to be Métis elsewhere in Canada? Mr. Lemire, it could. It could. Indeed, it does affect us, the Métis of the Red River. It's focused on that, but indeed, it does provide some clarification in terms of education of Canadians. Just the idea of what a Métis is, it's not just a matter of saying, as Mr. Leroux indicated, it's not just a matter of pointing at somebody as third great-grandfather was First Nations, and that means that he's a Métis. We've been here over 200 years as a people with our own society, our own policies, our own culture, language, and so on. So it's a question of strengthening that. It leads to clarification that could be used. I don't know if it's precedent, but at least it would reinforce education on the matter. In this study, I'd like to ask you about the Métis Nation Council. What definition do they use? How does that oppose itself to your definition? Should we look at the governance of the organization? Well, the first question there is a question of definition. Who uses what? It's no secret that we made a decision in 2021 to apologize to the National Métis Council because there were other organizations in there that did not use the definition. So we took that approach to say, look, there's no flexibility in this about who we are. If there are organizations that don't use the definition that was established over 20 years ago in 2002, the definition of Métis has been decided on. It's not up to me to tell you who uses which definition now. We know there's a crisis of integrity in the directories of various Métis organizations across the country. And I can tell you, to reinforce for you and for the committee, we know who we are. It's quite clear in our Constitution, in our communities. The Red River Métis knew exactly who we are. when it comes to an investigation, I'll leave that up to others to judge whether it's necessary or not. Thank you. You talked about ethnogenesis. That's an important aspect of recognition of the Red River Métis. Your history and culture is taken up by other groups that claim to be Métis. How do you explain this identity based on vague genealogy like the Métis Nation of Ontario? Thank you for the question. There is no doubt that there are concerns beyond the use of various aspects of our Métis identity by others. Let's take, as an example, our flag. Which was put in the Victoire de la Grenouillère in Winnipeg, not in Ontario, not the rest of Canada, but here in Manitoba, in Winnipeg. Our flag was presented publicly for the first time since 1816. Even when you're talking about Louis Riel in terms of leadership or the use of Red River chariots, that comes from here. That's a story from here about our people. And we do have concerns about the use of our cultural aspects and historical symbols and by other organizations that present themselves as Métis. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lemire.
We'll go to Ms. Idlout for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I will direct my first set of questions to Mr. Leroux. On a quick search of you online, it shows the lengths to which non-Indigenous people and collectives are willing to go to discredit and deny the truth. Can you reflect on what pressures you experience to stop undertaking your work and why it's so important to keep fighting for what's right?
Sure, yeah. I definitely have a number of organizations that oppose my research. They have tried to get events canceled that I was speaking at various universities. Actually 5 different organizations that do not represent Indigenous people filed a complaint with the federal funding agency that I took several months to have to respond to about my research. They're trying to get the funding agency to agree to no longer fund any of my research. That didn't happen. But there are constant efforts to, put barriers or obstacles to individuals, not just myself, but others who do this type of research. I think I brought that up a little bit in my initial talking points about how there's a lot of whistleblowers at the federal government and other levels of government institutions, primarily Indigenous women who come forward about people who are involved in Indigenous identity fraud, and they are often the ones who are forced out, who are forced to leave because people who are accused of or actually shown to make false claims often grow quite hostile as their whole careers depend on this level of fraud. And so, sometimes it can be quite difficult to sort of navigate some of these politics, I suppose you would say. But there's a growing group of scholars who are working specifically on this issue in relation to all kinds of different agreements that are being signed and stuff around employment, and now we're talking about procurement. And so, I think that for the most part, as you can see just on the ground, there's a lot of support from First Nations and Inuit people and also Métis to put a stop to, this Indigenous identity fraud.
Could you expand on why it's so important to keep fighting for what's right?
Sure. I think that, as I kind of laid out, Indigenous people have fought for decades to have even just minimal representation at the table, at tables, whether it's at different public institutions, whether it's with the federal or provincial governments, and to see that many of the opportunities, if not most of them, are going to non-Indigenous people who are pretending to be Indigenous, that sort of aspect of struggle and of really having to work hard to have just even a basic representation, we're not even meeting that as a society because we have decided to oftentimes hire the people we're most comfortable with. You know, not question their claim, but just they're a lot like us as non-Indigenous people, and we feel more comfortable having them around us and working for us. And so, you know, there's an aspect of racism that's at work here that is very troubling, and something that I think, you know, there are ways in which we can address, but it doesn't seem like there's the political will at the moment to address it in any fundamental way.
Thank you so much. I'm going to shift my question a little bit. Can you speak to what sort of credentials a person or institution may need to undertake ancestry research? I'm asking this because my next question will be, how should the government approach the act of research, and on what merit should they trust research that is done?
I think that in keeping with what Mr. Peltier was saying and what President Obed was saying, the government can put confidence in actual Indigenous peoples who verify claims, right? And so we hear here that the MMF has its own process for verifying Red River Métis businesses. And so I think that having confidence in the sort of ways in which Indigenous people themselves are determining their citizens is important for the government to practice. And so most of the claims that people are making that I sort of qualify as Indigenous identity fraud, and many others do too, there's nothing, people don't bring anything forward. You know, it's really just a story that they have, it's a belief that they have, but they don't bring a First Nation forward, they don't bring belonging to a particular Inuit government. They're very vague and evasive, and right away this is what raises red flags. And I think it's possible to have verification in place that relies on Indigenous governments, and having a couple people, maybe a few people who have certain expertise for those claims that might fall a little bit outside of those. But really we're talking about a small number of claims that could be legitimate that wouldn't already be recognized by Indigenous peoples through their governments and other organizations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Idlout. So we're going to move into our second round here. Just given the timing, it'll be a shorter round. We'll have 2.5 minutes for each party, and we'll start with the Conservative Party and Mr. Shields.
Thank you. I appreciate, Mr. LaRue, your comments earlier, and both your presentation and your answers. But I'm going to ask specifically, what's the political gain, because you said there was a variety, but what's the political gain to claim, in your opinion, Indigenous status?
The political gain. Well, I mean, you were mentioning earlier some other members of Parliament and some people who are running for members of Parliament, to be a member of Parliament. I think that in those cases, those individuals are trying to mobilize as much political capital as they can to gain sort of supporters. And so I think it's useful in certain contexts, particularly in certain ridings, to falsely claim to be Indigenous. That it's not just that it might bring Indigenous people to vote for you, but also other Canadians who think that that might help in terms of questions of reconciliation or whatever the case is. So I think that there's certainly political advantage in terms of general sort of appeal in, again, certain ridings. In terms of other political sort of advantages, I briefly spoke about the organization in Quebec that gets funded by the federal government to build Indigenous social housing. That organization is very powerful politically. Its leader, the president, who's not an Indigenous person, has mostly family members as board members. He basically funnels the money through a mall that he owns. He also has a large ranch in the town that he lives in. And this has all been reported in the news repeatedly. And so for that individual, he actually benefits greatly, as his family and his friends and his allies in that particular community in Quebec. He's a kingmaker, right? And so that funding comes in and it gets used in all kinds of different ways that aren't just about social housing, but the housing generally goes to non-Indigenous people. And so in some cases, it allows individuals to have some sort of political levers, I guess you could say. So in the book that I published in 2019, I explain how some individuals started to identify as Métis in parts of Quebec, and they become presidents of an organization that has 5,000 members, right? And they all of a sudden are able to meet with members of provincial parliament. They're able to meet with individuals who they never would have before when they were, they weren't Indigenous and they weren't leading a quote-unquote Indigenous organization. Sometimes there are movements in society that oppose land claims, et cetera, and so these organizations will often find an audience with those Canadians who see an effort to sort of undermine First Nations.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shields. Next, we'll go to Ms. Bradford for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses today. I found it a fascinating discussion. Mr. Pelletier, can you describe the process of obtaining citizenship and how long on average does it take?
Thank you, Ms. Bradford, for the question. So it's on timeline. It's dependent on volume of demand, right? So we've got as mentioned in a previous response, we do have a queue that's in there in our citizenship process right now. In that, we've got tremendous interest from across the country, across the world. In fact, in citizenship with us for individuals that have ancestral ties to where we are. And in terms of process, I'd articulated that, but happy to provide further on that. So there's an application process that comes into the MMF. It has, along with it, a series of questions and responses, and then there's supporting documentation requirement around genealogy. That genealogy is typically provided by a third. It is provided by a third party, and in many instances, it's provided by the St. Boniface Historical Society, and oftentimes we'll see a connection to an issuance of scrip or something to the like. There's further review within our process, and I should share just maybe a quick personal note, so folks, because there are questions about the registry of Indigenous nations and how those are kept. Prior to joining my other government with the Manitoba Métis Federation, I worked for 23 years as a federal public servant with Canada, and I worked in ministries that had responsibilities for social insurance number issuance, passport issuance, and immigration, with including supporting documentation. And I must say, since joining the MMF 3.5 years ago, the central registry process under the lead minister at the MMF is on par with any of Canada's programs relative to the types of identification and citizenship elements that we're talking about. And that's a testament to the direction, the strength of leadership of our government, as well as in our administration.
Well, that's great to know. So getting back to the process, once a person's application, they work up their turn in the queue, provided they've got all the documentation, in place that you need. And I know that's sometimes difficult. There's back and forth. What would from start to finish?
And sorry,
Once their turn.
And Mr. Pelletier, just a very short answer, please, because we're over time.
Okay, sorry.
I wasn't, there was,
Okay.
I think there was a clarification on the question there.
Yeah, I
Sorry.
just wondered how long, once their person's application is before you, would it take to process it from start to finish?
Yeah, again, it's dependent on how much demand there is in the queue. But I will say at the end of the process, there is a citizenship card issued to the citizen. And at that point, they get confirmation of their citizenship.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bradford. Et on va à ce moment
And now we'll go to Mr. Lemire for 2.5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Leroux, thank you for your contribution that's highly relevant for our study, as well as your book, Ascendance Retournée. It'd be interesting if you could table it with the committee so it could be analyzed in the framework of this study. Now, how do you explain that provincial and federal governments have not checked things like registries and criteria for joining, the lack of common history between Métis Alberta, Métis of Ontario, that were called Otipi Misiwaks, Métis government? There was a change of name. Are these name changes frequent in these situations? Whenever there's going to be an unfavorable decision made? And last question. The minister said that C-53 will not be introduced to Parliament. It would be surprising. So, therefore, do you think that's a step in the right direction? What would surprise me the most, and it gets back to your first question, I think, the federal government did not check the registries of the Métis Nation of Ontario and the claims it makes. Same for the Ontario government that recognized the 6 new communities of the MNO in 2007 without checking for itself what the evidence was. So it's surprising that now legislation is being drafted that will lead to different rights. I think in this case, it will harm First Nations in Ontario, and it has been so since 2007. It seems more and more that these are political decisions, purely political. The MNO and the NCC, in the other case, have representatives who are quite favorable for their interests and have the ear of the federal government. So that's something that's quite surprising. When you take the time to look at the evidence, you see that these identity claims, Southern Inuit, Métis of Ontario, they're really not valid. So I think the government, before it even goes forward with a new version of this bill, should really take the time, now that it has the time, to verify these claims, really dig into it, see what the basis is for these claims, for these 2 organizations in particular, but in general, too, have a clear policy when it comes to employment and so forth. When it comes to identity fraud. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Lemire.
For our last questioner for this panel, we'll go to Ms. Idlov for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. My question to you, Daryl, first of all, to thank you for reminding me of a time in my life before I joined politics. I was very privileged to have met a professor by the name of Willie Ermine. I'm not sure if you've heard of him, but he's a professor at the First Nations University of Canada in Saskatchewan, and much of his work is regarding ethical space. And I think particularly in this study, what we're discussing a lot about is non-Indigenous peoples robbing Indigenous space for many reasons, some of which you spoke of earlier. What I loved about Willie Ermine's research is that he says that there is this theoretical space between cultures and worldviews. And a lot of his work has been focused on ethical practices in research. But because we're talking about identity, I wonder if you would consider whether this ethical practices in research about ethical space could be something that we could see transferring to this work of respecting Indigenous identity.
Thank you for that question. I think I could see that happening. I would need to, understand more about the working of the particular theory that you're discussing, but I could definitely see that being useful in the conversations that I have with many of my colleagues. The question of ethics in particular comes up, and the unethical nature of making these false claims to Indigenous identity and then really stealing resources from Indigenous people that are meant to be reserved for Indigenous people. And so I think you're right to raise this question of like the ethics of that and how to understand this in relation to ethics and ethical space. And I would love to chat more with you about that. Thank you.
I'll just give you the rest of my time to make concluding remarks to our committee, and whether you have any recommendations for us on this study to find ways to address barriers to economic development for Indigenous peoples.
Yeah, okay. Well, as much as this has been a little unclear to me in terms of the relationship between the federal government and the CCIB, but I can assure you that just a quick sort of scan of their membership criteria, how they decide what an Indigenous business is, suggests that they are recognizing thousands and thousands of non-Indigenous businesses as Indigenous. And so I think that it's necessary, if you're relying on an organization like the CCIB, to have a conversation with them about changing their criteria. But more generally, I think the federal government needs to show resolve when it comes to this issue immediately. And they have failed to do that so far.
Thank you very much, Ms. Idlout, and I want to thank our witnesses, both in person and by video conference, for joining today and for all of your testimony. It's much appreciated, and if you do have anything else you'd like to submit, please do that in writing at the earliest possibility. And at this point, we are going to briefly suspend for about 5 minutes while we welcome our next panel. and do want to welcome our witness for our last panel for the day today. Welcome Keith Henry, President and Chief Executive Officer of the BC Métis Federation. We'll start. You'll have 5 minutes to provide some opening remarks, after which we'll proceed to rounds of questions from members of the committee. So with that, Mr. Henry, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Keith Henry. I'm the president of the BC Métis Federation. I'm coming to you today from Vancouver on the shared territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and the Tsleil-Waututh people. Our organization has been in existence since 2011, and we represent today roughly about 6,000 Métis individuals with ties to their Métis ancestry through their script records or what we are continue to help people understand as the existence of the Métis in the Pacific Northwest. Today, we have roughly 10 partner community organizations. We're a provincial Métis organization. We have significant amount of work in the area of economic development, which is very important as I watch this committee on review and consider the work you're doing as it relates to Indigenous procurement. It's important to note that a lot of the things that we do today are driven by our economic development work. We work with several partners. We have several Métis businesses in British Columbia, and the revenues that we realize are reinvested into things where we feel government funding has been woefully inadequate, whether it's been federal or provincial. We've been reinvesting. Last year, our organization with partners and Métis businesses realized $4.6 million, of which most of that money was reinvested into the infrastructure for our partner communities, for cultural programming, which went into cultural events throughout the province, and of course, key social and economic programs like food security and things like we call this emergency assistance program, where many of our elders and individuals are dealing with health related costs that the provincial Ministry of Health or their health authority simply does not have program to support. So I'm obviously, just to give you a bit of the context that I'm coming from, a little bit about myself. I'm a Métis person. My family is from, I've been out in British Columbia for about the last 20 plus years. Some of my other family has been out here for 30 to 40 years. I'm originally from around Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. My Métis script is from right around Batoche. My family was deeply involved in the historic events of 1885. And I'm watching the identity politics of Métis definition running around this country is deeply concerning to me. I worry about the policies of the federal government as it relates to these programs. I worry about the efforts of the Indigenous Services Canada Department to minimize, in some cases, maybe properly, but there are organizations like us out there that are continuing to address and meet the needs of our Métis people that are living here in British Columbia. I won't speak to the validity of other membership processes, but we have a very objectively verifiable process for Métis identity. Everything's on our information is on our website at bcmétis.com. We have a membership department. We require primary source documentation, no different than anybody else. And this growing conversation as it relates to Métis, whether it's Indigenous procurement related to Métis businesses or Métis inclusion as the Indigenous file, is really deeply concerning to us, because not only does it create challenges amongst Métis organizations to represent their constituents like ours, the other side of it is that it's really creating a deep division amongst First Nation and Métis, because there's this ongoing narrative that there is only one type of Métis person. I'm here to say that that's absolutely untrue. We speak different dialects of Métis, even where I grew up in Saskatchewan. My grandparents spoke a French Michif dialect, whereas Northern Saskatchewan was more of a Cree Michif. We weren't the same people. Maybe it's similar characteristics in some ways, but we were not the same people, although we were tied together by this notion of the Métis Nation. So I just urge that as we think about this, and you think about this at committee level, that you appreciate the diversity of how we organize and have representation of ourselves. I just will close by saying that I wear many different hats in the Indigenous world, and I am aware of the CCIB report on Indigenous procurement. I am deeply concerned about the language in some of the work that they're doing, or not the report necessarily, but the business directory. I am worried about this notion of some sort of Métis validity or unique verification and identified Métis communities that are prioritized by them. It's one of the major issues we brought forward, and we will continue to use the courts to address that issue and bring Canada to respond in the proper court of where it needs to respond to address our concerns. And that's just by way of introduction. I'm very proud of a lot of the other work I do. And just, Patrick, thank you very much for the opportunity to say some opening comments.
Thank you very much, Mr. Henry. We are going to pause very briefly before going into questions. We have another one of our witnesses who's joined online, so we're just going to need to do a brief sound check for them as well before we move into questions.
Hello, Mr. Wingman. Can you turn your camera on, please? Thank you. Okay, so we will do...